The Senate will come out of recess, having recessed on October 23rd, 2025. The Senate will come to order. I recognize Senator Birdsall for a motion.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate adjourn from the late session.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. We are now in early session. Before we get started, I would like to a holiday season with your friends and your families, and I'd like to wish everybody a happy, prosperous, healthy new year as we move into 2026. And it's a real pleasure to see all of you back here again, ready to work on behalf of our constituents and the people of the state of New Hampshire. Yep, okay. The ayes have it. The motion to adjourn passes. We are now in the early session. The Senate will be attentive to our chaplain, the Reverend Mark Warren. No, I will.
Senators, it's a privilege to be with you again. I get to serve you as a chaplain. I'm just going to say this once at the beginning of this session. I'm here for you beyond just a prayer. Republican, Democrat, just know that if you need additional support, it's my privilege to serve you. That's what I'm here for. Just reach out to Tammy in the clerk's office and we'd be happy to connect. But, and also, I know there's going to be a moment with Senator Ward. My deepest condolences to you and your family. So let's pray. Lord, we just are here with an expectation of a new year, a sense of excitement, but also maybe a little bit overwhelmed with the work that is before the Senate, with the many, many bills that are before them. Lord, I pray that they would have the wisdom and discernment to know how to tackle those. In a world that's changing so rapidly, we need your guidance and your wisdom to know how to discern and how to navigate those new bills. Lord, I pray a special blessing over these senators as they give of their time. They are instrumental to the work and prosperity of this state, and for them we're grateful. So Lord, as we enter this new season, this new session, I pray that you go before each senator with grace and peace. And today, Lord, there's a lot going on. I pray peace over this room. In your name we pray. Amen.
Before we move on to the Pledge of Allegiance, many of you know that I tend to think of us as a family. Sometimes we get along, sometimes we don't, but we care about ourselves. We care about each other very, very much. And we all know that for many of us, we can't do the things we do without the help and the support of our family at home as well. And I want to inform all of you, we lost a member of our family earlier this week. Senator Ward, her husband Fred, passed away. So if we could please have a moment of silence to honor Fred Ward. Thank you. I appreciate that. The Senate will please remain standing while Senator Birdsall leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, next we're going to move on to the introduction of guests, and I'm going to invite Senator Rosenwald to please come forward. So we have the Junior Spartan cheer team here today, and I have a resolution for them. Yes, yeah. I had the cheer. Wow. Well, as you can see, that is a big trophy, and there is actually a crown there too. So this is awesome. We have a New Hampshire Senate resolution. Be it known that the New Hampshire Senate extends its congratulations to the Junior Spartans Midnight Rain cheer team in recognition of winning first place in the 2025 Pop Warner Cheer and Dance Championship, besting 8 other teams from across the country. And be it further known that the New Hampshire Senate extends its best wishes for continued success. Congratulations for all your hard work and for that trophy. This is just amazing. Thank you. Ma'am? Come on, both of you up. So here is a copy of the resolution. For you, this is amazing. This is so much. Thank you. Thank you. This is awesome. Yeah. So why don't you come and stand over here with me, because they're
take a picture?
They're taking
Here, I'll go on
pictures.
the other side, and you can go in the middle.
Yep. This is amazing. Thank you. That is great. I was going to say, can we get a demonstration? But I was wondering if we bring them. No. We don't. There's stuff to do today, but this is. Come on, we'll get. You want a picture? Yeah. People think it's easy, and that's because you make it look easy, but it's not. So congratulations. Thank you.
The finance report. Sorry.
Okay. Nope, that's okay. See, we had the cheer team first, and now we're going to have the teams,
The team, different team.
different teams.
Here comes a group of young men who are real champions. Big team. Come on in.
Timmy, can you have someone up? You want to have a couple of them up here? Carol? Who are the captains? Who are
Where's
the
the-
captains? Okay, come on up here, please. You can stand up here. Okay.
Hi.
Please stand on
So-
this side of Senator Rosenwald, and you two stand over here.
This is the Bishop Garden boys varsity soccer team, and we have a Senate resolution. Be it known that the New Hampshire Senate extends its congratulations to Bishop Garden boys soccer team in recognition of winning the Division I soccer championship, defeating Nashua South 1-0 in a double overtime thriller.
That's amazing.
And be it further known that the New Hampshire Senate extends its best wishes for continued success. Congratulations, guys. Let's get some pictures.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
We
That's
can
great.
get some pictures.
Yeah, I don't know, are there some folks who want to take some pictures?
Well, and the athletic director is here, the coach is here.
Okay, we've got everybody here.
Yes. School was delayed for 90 minutes in Nashua this morning,
Oh, and they still had to get up early.
but
Term in the House, and I want to extend my best wishes to Tony as he heads back to Georgetown to work on his graduate degree. So please welcome him to the New Hampshire Senate. of Arms.
I recognize the Honorable David Scanlon, Secretary of State.
That's great. I recognize the Honorable David Scanlon, Secretary of State, and invite him to the podium.
Great. Thank you, Madam President, members of the Senate. It's a real honor and a privilege for me to appear before you today to commemorate and present to you the actual manuscript of the 1776 New Hampshire Constitution. And it is in this case right here, in case you haven't had the opportunity to see it. Along with the manuscript itself is the waistcoat that Josiah Bartlett wore back in the time. And then there's also a signed letter from President George Washington to the state of New Hampshire that is also in that case. So to help commemorate the event, we have a brief presentation that we would like to make for you. Please feel free to be seated. Your predecessors, citizens of the state of New Hampshire, convened in what they called a Colonial Congress in Exeter, New Hampshire. And on Monday, this past Monday was the 250th anniversary, but on January 5th, they voted to pass what was effectively a Declaration of Independence and a Constitution creating our government. So with that, I'd like to invite Ashley Miller, our state archivist, to just make some remarks about what the climate was like at that time period.
Thank you. Good morning. 250 years ago, on January 5th, 1776, the people of New Hampshire took a step that forever changed the course of American history. In the midst of uncertainty, conflict, and revolution, they did something extraordinary. They created their own constitution. In doing so, New Hampshire became the first colony to establish a government independent of British rule. This bold and deliberate act was not only a response to crisis, it was a declaration of principle, a commitment to self-government, and a powerful statement of faith in the people. By the latter part of 1775, New Hampshire's colonial government had effectively collapsed. Royal Governor John Wentworth, a loyal servant of the Crown, had worked to maintain British authority in the colony even as public resistance grew stronger. His enforcement of unpopular royal policies, including those that led to the Pine Tree Riot, combined with his increasing reliance on British military power to suppress dissent, alienated many New Hampshire residents. Events such as the raids on Fort William and Mary made it unmistakably clear that the governor no longer held the confidence or the consent of the governed. As tensions escalated, Wentworth dissolved the Colonial Assembly and in June of 1775 fled New Hampshire to seek protection from the British military. His departure left the colony without any recognized civil authority. Courts could not function, laws could not be enforced, everyday governance ground to a halt. At a time when stability was desperately needed, New Hampshire found itself without a government at all. Yet rather than descend into chaos, the people of New Hampshire acted with remarkable resolve. Through the Provincial Congress, an assembly chosen by towns across the colony, leaders gathered to confront an urgent question. How could order, justice, and liberty be preserved without a king or royal governor? Their answer was revolutionary in both spirit and structure. On January 5th, 1776, the Provincial Congress adopted a constitution that placed governing power firmly in the hands of the people. New Hampshire's action did not occur in isolation. News of this constitution spread beyond its borders, offering both inspiration and proof to other colonies that independence was not merely an abstract ideal, but a workable reality. 6 months later, the Continental Congress would adopt the Declaration of Independence, but New Hampshire had already shown what independence could look like in practice. As we commemorate this 250th anniversary, we honor more than a document. We honor the courage of ordinary people, farmers, merchants, artisans, and town leaders who understood that liberty requires responsibility, participation, and the rule of law. They did not wait for permission to govern themselves. They stepped forward, trusted one another, and built a government grounded in consent. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you, Ashley. Now I would like to invite former state representative and Speaker of the House, Steve Shurtleff, to come up in period costume to read some excerpts from the original manuscript.
Thank you. We, the members of the Congress of the Colony of New Hampshire, chosen and appointed by the free suffrages of the people of said colony, and authorized and empowered by them to meet together and use such means and pursue such measures as we should judge best for the public good, and in particular, to establish some form of government, provided that measure should be recommended by the Continental Congress, and a recommendation to that purpose, having been transmitted to us from said Congress, have taken into our serious consideration the unhappy circumstances into which this colony is involved by means of many grievous and oppressive acts of the British Parliament, depriving us of our natural and constitutional rights and privileges, to enforce obedience, to which acts a powerful fleet and army have been sent to this country by the Ministry of Great Britain, who have exercised a wanton and cruel abuse of their power in destroying the lives and properties of the colonists, in many places by means of fire and sword, taking the ships and laden from many of the honest and industrious inhabitants of this colony employed in commerce agreeable to the laws and customs a long time used here. The sudden and abrupt departure of His Excellency John Wentworth, Esquire, our late governor, and several of the council, leaving us destitute of legislation and no executive courts being open to punish criminal offenders, whereby the lives and properties of the honest people of this colony are liable to the machinations and evil designs of wicked men. Therefore, for the preservation of peace and good order, and for the security of the lives and properties of the inhabitants of this colony, we conceive ourselves reduced to the necessity of establishing a form of government to continue during the present unhappy and unnatural contest with Great Britain, protesting and declaring that we never sought to throw off our dependence upon Great Britain, but felt ourselves happy under her protection while we could enjoy our constitutional rights and privileges, and that we shall rejoice if such reconciliation between us and the parent state can be effected, as shall be approved by the Continental Congress, in whose prudence and wisdom we confide. I thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Steve. So that document went on to create a government, a temporary government, until the 1784 Constitution was passed. But what it did was it created a House of Representatives overseen by a speaker, and it created a council overseen by a president, your predecessors. So here we are 250 years later, where that experiment in citizen government, citizen-controlled government, has withstood the test of time, and you are the ones that are the keeper of that trust at the moment. And I'll just conclude by saying that while I know I won't be here, I look forward to the next 250 years of self-governance. So thank you, Madam President.
That is a great way to kick off the year, isn't it? I recognize Senator Birdsall.
Resolved that in accordance with the list in the possession of the Senate clerk, the following legislation shall be by this resolution read a first and second time by the therein listed titles and referred to the therein designated committees.
Adoption of the resolution. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The resolution is adopted. Okay. And that. The chair has determined that LSRs 2089, 2244, and 2257 do not comply with Senate Rule 3-1. Therefore, without objection, Senator Birdsall moves to suspend Senate Rule 3-21 to allow their introduction. Are there any objections? Okay, seeing none, those will be introduced. Okay. Usually we'd go on to the finance report, but I'm going to recognize Senator Gray.
I would put in a late modification on page 4 of the report. House Bill 451, establishing the paint and product stewardship program on the regular calendar under Ways and Means. Currently, the report has it coming to finance. I do not need it in finance, and I would request it be waived.
Senator Gray. Without objection, today's fiscal note report is adopted. Okay. Next, we're going to move on to the bills removed from the consent calendar. First, in education, Senate Bill 101, removed by Senator Lang. Next, we have in education, House Bill 222, again removed by Senator Lang. In election law and municipal affairs, we have Senate Bill 223, which is being removed by Senator Sullivan. And we have Senate Bill 123 in finance has been requested by Senator Sullivan. We're going to move on to special orders. In commerce, House Bill 639. In election law and municipal affairs, Senate Bill 223. And in finance, Senate Bill 123. And without objection, the following bills are special ordered to the next session. Okay, no objections. We're going to move on to the consent calendar. Senator Birdsall moves that the consent calendar with the relevant amendments as printed in the day's calendar be adopted, and that all such bills found ought to pass be ordered as follows. FN bills not waived under Senate Rule 4-5 to the Committee on Finance. Non-FN bills approved for referral to Finance by today's FN report to the Committee on Finance, and all other bills to third reading. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Okay. The ayes have it. The consent calendar is adopted. We're now going to move on to the regular calendar, and the Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Madam President, the Committee on Commerce, to which was referred Senate Bill 88 FN, an act prohibiting state government entities from including specified terms related to labor organizations, agreements, and construction-related contracts and grants. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4 to 2. Senator Murphy for the committee.
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 88 FN to pass with amendment. This bill would prohibit state entities from including specified terms related to labor organization agreements in construction-related contracts and grants. When bidders are required to have a labor agreement in place for a project, it eliminates about 90% of the construction labor force. It has been found that project labor agreements, PLAs, increase the cost of construction by up to 20%. This bill would simply level the playing field. It would not prevent contractors from privately entering into PLAs. Given the impact on taxpayers, it is important to have the most qualified, professional, and efficient workforce completing projects at the most competitive possible price. The committee amendment would clarify that no state agency shall enter into a contract, construction grant, or related agreement that includes any provision that favors or disfavors a contractor based on their affiliation or non-affiliation with a labor organization. I ask for your support on the motion of all to pass with amendment on Senate Bill 88 FN. Thank you, Madam President.
The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Okay. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Senator Long.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to the motion of ought to pass as amended. It is not appropriate for project labor agreements to be discouraged or limited for state entities. PLAs create jobs, they provide sustainable and fair wages, and they provide for an adequate safety and benefits for some of our hardest workers. PLAs further ensure the timely completion of important construction and maintenance projects in a conservative, budget-friendly manner. There seems to be little reason or rationale for this measure other than tying the hands of our public entities. This bill does not promote fair competition, rather it just opens the floodgates for bidders to appear favorable and cost-effective by cutting corners in workers' pay, benefits, and safety. This bill harms blue-collar New Hampshire workers, harms the New Hampshire taxpayer, and serves the interests of large, wealthy contractors. For these reasons, I stand firmly opposed to passing the bill. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Long. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 88 FN. Is there any further discussion? Okay. Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. The motion ought to pass as amended is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Commerce, to which was referred House Bill 649FN, an act removing the requirement for physical safety inspections on onboard diagnostic tests for passenger vehicles and eliminating funding for the Motor Vehicle Air Pollution Abatement Fund. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill has no recommendation by a vote of 3 to 3. Senator Innes for the committee.
Senator Innes.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that House Bill 649FN ought to pass to allow my colleague from District 11 to introduce an amendment. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Innes. Okay, here we go. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Okay. It is open for amendment, and I recognize Senator McGue to introduce his amendment.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise today asking my colleagues to support this floor amendment that does a couple of things. It's a practical and corrective measure to fix a couple of things that happened after passage of some other legislation. So first, let me tell you what it doesn't do. It doesn't reinstate mandatory inspections in some kind of backdoor fashion. It does not impose any new bureaucracy. But what it does do is closes a couple of gaps. Some were unintentionally created in the law that now exists. After we passed the trailer bill, we created a little bit of ambiguity in a couple of spots. First around temporary plates, second around fleet registrations and 20-day registrations, and the safety representations made to consumers at the point of sale. So what this amendment does is it will put some alignment back into existing law and ask dealers to make a safety evaluation that most of them already do. And it gives them three choices. Either they disclose that they examined the vehicle and found no defects. Option B, if they examined the vehicle and found defects, they would list what those defects are. And then thirdly, if it's a strictly as-is sale, they represent that we didn't examine the vehicle and it's sold as is, which is a common practice, as many of you know. So that's basically what it does. It also corrects the confusion around temporary and 20-day registrations and fleet registrations that we passed, was signed by the governor, and then we repealed with the passage of the language in HB 2. So it's pretty much the standard the Department of Safety already enforces. When you sign your registration, you attest that you're offering a safe vehicle for registration. This just clarifies that and protects the consumers. So it closes a couple of loopholes and protects New Hampshire's consumers. And I ask the body to please support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McGue. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Senator Perkins-Coker.
Thank you, Madam President. A question for my colleague from District 11.
Senator McGue?
Thank you for taking my question.
Does this amendment bring back, I know the Attorney General came to the committee hearing and asked for the definition of an unsafe vehicle to be included so that the troopers could identify an unsafe vehicle on the road. Is that language included in this amendment?
So it is not explicitly included, and that is still a work in progress between some of the stakeholders. We expect that there would very likely be further modification as this bill moves to the other body and through the process. But in answer to your question, it does not fully define that part. It merely asks dealers to perform the exam and to disclose what they found or what they didn't find.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any further discussion on proposed amendment 0039? Okay, seeing none. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 0039. Are you ready for the question? I have 0039. Yes, Senator, it's 0039. Okay. Is there, the question is on the adoption of floor amendment 0039. Are you ready for the question? Okay, hold on. We're going to have to recess for a few minutes because We'll come out of recess. I'm going to recognize Senator McGue. What I have is an updated version, which is 0039. Everybody had received 0034. I'm going to recognize Senator McGue to talk about the difference between the two.
Thank you, Madam President. The difference between the two is one word. 0034 says amendment to H. Bill 69. 0039 says floor amendment. And evidently, I either didn't see it in my email or
public.
didn't get it.
Okay. Okay, so are we all now on the same page? Okay. So the question is on the adoption of the recommendation of ought to pass on floor amendment 0039. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Okay. So the question is on the recommendation of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 649. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment.
Senator Prentice.
Senator.
Good morning, Madam President. Happy New Year, and thank you for welcoming us all back so graciously. I appreciate, and I did vote to support my colleague from District 11's amendment for providing clarity in the stated areas. But what I am rising in objection to is this continued, I want to stop the discussion about safety inspections and the lack and the elimination of these in New Hampshire. I am okay with eliminating the onboard diagnostic testing, but when my colleague from District 21, I don't think I have my chart, asked the question of my colleague from District 11, where we are about unsafe vehicles, that is where I think we're still in some level of uncertainty and limbo. And so I rise in respect and in support of public safety and of common sense. And I just want, we have a job, as we heard, going back to the discussion of the Constitution when it was first put into place, being those that are sworn to uphold and promote the general welfare of the public. My lived experience, first as an EMT, then as a paramedic, as well as having spent some time working as an associate deputy medical examiner, I just want to share with folks that the area that concerns me the most about safety inspections has to do with really vehicle tires. And it's one thing at the time of sale. It's another thing, when it's leaving a dealership, when we're talking about multiple years later, and we are not paying attention because we have lifted this into having a safe, roadworthy vehicle. Inclement weather in particular, when it rains and vehicles hydroplane and they strike another vehicle. A morning like this morning, driving down here, I always make sure I have roadworthy tires because because it's scary driving in weather like today. Vehicles not having roadworthy tires, losing control, striking another vehicle, okay? The person in the vehicle that is unsafe, in my opinion, and we don't really have a full definition of that, or could be considered unsafe because of the tread on their vehicles or lack thereof tread, they could undergo bodily harm or death, as well as a person or persons in other vehicle or vehicles, and I have that lived experience. So my objection to this is about supporting the safety of all, upholding the general welfare of the public, and I appreciate the work that's been done, but I think that this unsafe vehicle piece, without that, I just can't in good conscience support the underlying bill. So thank you very much.
Senator. Again, the bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion or amendment. Senator McGue.
Madam President, and I thank my colleague from District 5 for her comments. I too support, as a longtime paramedic, support consumer safety and safe vehicles on the roads, as we all attest every time we get a registration that we're operating a safe vehicle. And here's why it's critically important that we get this moving along in the process. All of the criteria that my colleague from District 5 mentioned about what is a safe vehicle and what isn't is in current statute right now today until February 1st. Then that repeal goes into effect. So in my opinion, it is critical that we define unsafe vehicle between now and then. And that's one of the reasons I bring this amendment, to fix what we could at the moment, get it on in the process, although we'll go back to the other body, and finish with the stakeholders, and DOS and DMV have already been at the tables, and all the other stakeholders, and they're committed to work to define exactly that. So we don't have a roadside law enforcement difference of opinion. One law enforcement officer says those tires are fine, another one says your windshield's not fine. So Department of Safety has asked for some guidance on that, and that's in process. It didn't get done in time for today. I'm confident that it will prior to 2/1, God willing. So I thank you for your comments.
Senator McHugh. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion. Senator Lang for a question of?
The senator from District 5. Thank you for taking my question. So, absent what happened in HB2 and understanding that, is it your understanding that this amendment would make it safer? May not make it as safe as you want it, but it's going to make it safer than it would currently exist as of February 1st?
Thank you for the question. So in the area of what the Attorney General had asked us for in terms of that consumer protection, and at the time that a vehicle leaves a lot, yes, but there is still the uncertainty that we're looking for further clarity on moving forward. So it feels 50-50 to me, honestly, Senator Lang, but I appreciate the question. So I think we're halfway there, just not 100%.
Thank you.
The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion or amendment. Okay. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 649. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted, and the bill is ordered to the Committee on Finance. Be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred Senate Bill 208FN, an act requiring local school boards and public libraries to adopt curation policies. Having considered the same, the committee recommends the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3-2. Senator Abbas for the committee.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 208FN inexpedient to legislate. SB 208 would require local school boards and public libraries to adopt policies for selecting and removing materials, while also providing legal immunity for the library staff and the staff members of any school library who follow these policies. After careful review, the Senate Education Committee determined that the bill is inconsistent with this body's long-standing commitment to protecting parental rights and ensuring students have access to age-appropriate materials in libraries. For these reasons, the Senate Education Committee asks for your support on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on SB 208. Thank you, Madam President. And if I may speak further.
Yes, you may speak.
So in regards to immunity, it's both immunity to civil and criminal liability. Any extending staff would also have that immunity, whether it's a school library or a public library. These are government actors we're talking about here having immunity, regardless of the material they're exposing minors to. I understand that we may disagree on what is harmful, but when there is a situation like this, if you had a blatant example where you had lewd material in a library and that is being presented to minors, why would we ever consider giving that person immunity? I'm not saying that's happening, but under this, as it's written, they would have immunity from both any civil case you may bring, and criminal liability. So for that reason, I don't believe that this is something that we should support. So please join me in support the committee's recommendation in the motion of inexpedient to legislate. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. The pending motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any further discussion? Senator Altschiller wishes to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to the motion of inexpedient to legislate. As was testified to in the original hearing in committee, there was an amendment ready to carve out public libraries out of the bill. This was from the beginning. Unfortunately, the majority of the committee chose not to even entertain any amendments. School libraries have always been safe havens for intellectual freedom and curiosity. In recent years, measures to ban or limit the breadth of knowledge available to students and residents in our communities have exploded to 20-year highs. This bill serves to protect community input for appropriate content, intellectual freedom, and the professional expertise of our librarians. It is more important than ever that we provide clear, consistent, and reasonable standards for curations with respect to local control. This is a bill which preserves students' rights, recognizes and works with the existing rights of parents to participate in curation and restrict content for their child as they see appropriate, and protects our public employees from expensive and litigious cases. This is a reasonable, fair proposal which protects everyone's First Amendment rights while helping to avoid frivolous, repeated, and expensive lawsuits. And for those stated reasons, I must oppose the pending motion of an expedient to legislate. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Altschiller. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any further discussion? Okay. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 208. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. The motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred, House Bill 292, an act establishing a commission to study school administrative unit consolidation. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Ward for the committee.
Senator Ward.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that House Bill 292 ought to pass with amendment. As amended, HB 292 establishes a revolving loan fund to help school districts manage short-term cash flow gaps. Eligible districts may access up to 75% of the adequacy funding upon approval by the Commissioner of Education, the State Treasurer, and the Joint Fiscal Committee. To ensure accountability, participating districts must provide monthly financial reports and will be subject to financial and performance audits by the Legislative Budget Assistant. The bill also offers voters the opportunity to adopt a tax cap locally and maintains the state's commitment to providing the New Hampshire families with a choice in their students' education. I respectfully ask you to support the Senate Education Committee's recommendation of ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 292. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. I would like to take this moment to remind everybody, please turn your phone off. And for the folks in the gallery, please make sure your phone is silenced because we can hear it and it is disruptive. I'm going to ask for a 2-minute recess.
You're okay.
Recess. The Senate will be in recess. Senate is now out of recess. Just to remind everybody, before we went into recess, we are on House Bill 292. The pending motion is ought to pass as amended. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Okay, none. The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or floor amendment? Senator Prentice.
Once again, thank you, Senator. Thank you, Madam President. I would like to introduce floor amendment 0052S and thank the body for their patience while we got this back. The purpose of this floor amendment is to address the interest rate that's in the committee amendment. I am proposing that we use the same interest rate, or we use the state treasurer to set the state treasurer to establish the interest rate based on the state's current cost of borrowing, not the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. The Federal Reserve Bank of New York's rate as it is right now, or as the floor is in the amendment, is higher than what, say, the other revolving loan funds currently have. An example would be the water revolving loan fund is in the 2.3 to 2.6. So I am proposing that we go with the state treasurer at the current cost of borrowing for any school district, not just one, but any school district that should want to have their adequacy funds advanced to them, because of circumstances that have come up that are costing their school district and threaten its viability over the course of a school year. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator. Floor Amendment 0052S has been proposed. Is there any discussion on the proposed floor amendment? Okay, Senator Gray?
I'll oppose that change because what we're trying to do is to have an index out there that is, able for people to look up so they can look at it, they can know what's going on. If the state treasurer is the one that does it, then, does it change from here to there? Again, I think using that index that we're talking about in the bill provides some stability, and that's why I will oppose the amendment.
Thank you, Senator Gray. Senator Prentice, did you wish to speak? Yes, you may speak for a second time.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And Senator Gray, thank you for your feedback. But I would just say that the current cost of borrowing for the state is available on the internet at any time, as well as for the members of the public, as well as by calling the state treasurer. I don't think that the interest rate should be in any way penalize these communities and the cost of these communities, and remembering that the children are the ones that are in the middle of all of this. So I respect Senator, my colleague from District 6's feedback, but this is all publicly available. Thank you.
We have been discussing proposed floor amendment 0052S. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Okay, seeing none. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 0052S. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. 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 The noes have it, and the floor amendment fails. Okay. The bill is still on second reading and open to further amendment. I recognize Senator Prentice to introduce floor amendment number 0053S.
Thank you once again, Madam President. The purpose of this floor amendment is to remove the education freedom accounts section of this amendment. The committee amendment that was adopted adds the education freedom accounts, or adds these school districts in as having priority status. I would just like to point out, number one, that these are universal education freedom accounts now. I don't think, so these children and these families already have access to this. And I think it's worth saying, not only do they already have access to this, so I believe that this is unnecessary, I don't believe that we should be growing the Education Freedom Accounts program and this level of school choice any further while communities are still struggling to fund public education. We are waiting the final publishing of a report for the last year on what's happening with the EFA program, but we know that we have exceeded the cap already. We know that we're talking of, millions of dollars, and that we are, we're at least 74 million total from start to now, and looking over 50 million, between 50 and 87 million for the next year. And we also know that the children that are in this program already, approximately 84% of them are homeschooled they're not coming out of public schools, they're in homeschools, they're homeschooled, or they're already in private school. But my primary objection is not growing the program any further. These children and their families already have access because there's a universal EFA program in the state. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator. Again, floor amendment 0053S has been proposed. Is there any discussion on the amendment? I recognize Senator Sullivan.
As my colleague from District 5 just said, we've reached the cap for the EFAs. So the children that are caught in the middle of this mess, that had nothing to do with creating this problem, need a solution to have the best education that they can. No child deserves that more than Claremont right now, so I am going to oppose this amendment. Again, the cap has been reached, so these children deserve a path forward when they're stuck in this mess. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Again, we are discussing proposed floor amendment 0053S. Is there any further discussion on the proposed floor amendment? Okay. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of floor amendment 0053S. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The noes have it. The floor amendment fails. Okay. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion or floor amendment. We have a floor amendment number 0050S has been proposed, and I recognize Senator Altschiller to introduce her floor amendment.
Thank you, Madam President. I bring forward this floor amendment 005S for a variety of reasons. The auditing requirements imposed in the committee amendment are onerous, and they do have to be retooled. For application to the loan fund, a school would not only have to submit their own audits, which is not at all unreasonable, but they would also have to do an audit with the LBA. These take years and very well may not be even completed by the time the program sunsets in 2030. Further, the directive for the department in Section 5 supplants critical standards against discrimination for credential holders, while also reiterating standards that are already encompassed in 510.03B. This section ought to be stricken, which my amendment moves to do. And finally, this amendment removes the EFA off-ramp put into this measure. We should be putting the kids first rather than taking the opportunity to pigeonhole a partisan agenda. Further, for all the talk of accountability and guidelines, this bill, as amended by the committee, fails to enforce anything meaningful for the standards of management and record-keeping for our public tax dollars. This amendment moves to enforce proper record-keeping while undoing this backdoor EFA expansion. I ask that we all do the right thing by putting the children first, by making this program viable, and by making sure our tax dollars are safe, by putting the lid on undermining our public schools. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Altschiller. Is there any discussion on the proposed amendment number 0050S? Senator Rosenwald.
On the piece about removing the LBA audit. The LBA audit staff is not huge, and they're able to take up maybe 1, 2, or 3 audits a year. So to then increase a requirement that anyone who participates in this program, any district, would have to have a financial and a performance audit from the LBA, I think it's not reasonable to think that it could be done in any short period of time. It would really take years. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rosenwald. Again, we are discussing proposed floor amendment 0050S. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Senator Altschiller for the second time.
Thank you, Madam President. I request a roll call.
Okay, roll call has requested. Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Rosenwald. You got that, Jimmy?
No.
Senator Lang.
Nope.
Senator McConaughey.
No.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No?
Yes. Yes. Senator Gray.
No.
Senator Ennis.
No.
Senator Ward.
No.
Senator Sharkey.
No.
Senator Fetterman.
Yes.
Senator McHugh.
No.
Senator Abar.
No.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Reardon. Yes. Senator Murphy.
No.
Senator Pearl.
Nope.
Senator Sullivan.
No.
Senator Bergsill.
No.
Senator Long.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Coda.
Yes.
Senator Abbott.
No.
Senator Gannon.
No.
Senator Altschiller.
I got to stop here. No. I'm sitting here thinking 3 steps ahead. So, no. Okay. Okay. The amendment fails. 7 to 17. I recognize Senator Waters.
The amendment vote, thank you.
We got a motion for reconsideration. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Okay. So what we're doing is reconsidering the vote on floor amendment number 0050S. And the clerk will call the roll again.
And is that Altschiller Rosenwald?
Yes. They both record yes for it, so.
Senator Rochford.
No.
Senator Lang.
No.
Senator McConaughey.
No.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
No.
Senator Ennis.
No.
Senator Ward.
No.
Senator Sharney.
No.
Senator Fenton.
Yes.
Senator McHugh. Senator Abar.
No.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Reardon.
Yes.
Senator Murphy.
No.
Senator Pearl.
No.
Senator Sullivan.
No.
Senator Bergsill.
No.
Senator Long.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Coda.
Yes.
Senator Abbott.
No.
Senator Gannon.
No.
Senator Altschiller.
Yes.
And Senator Carson.
No. The floor amendment fails by a vote of 8 to 16. Okay, the bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Senator Perkins Coca?
Madam President, I move to divide the question on HB 292 on not to pass as amended. The first vote to be dividing out section 4 and the effective date, and the second vote to be the remaining sections.
Okay. The Senate will be in recess for 2 minutes. We'll come out of recess. Will the senators please take their seats? Is everybody here? Okay. The Senate will be out of recess. Before we went into recess, Senator Perkins Coca had made a motion to divide the question. Upon consultation with both the clerk and with the Senate attorney, I am ruling that the question is not divisible. Thank you. Okay. So the question is on the adoption of House Bill 292 ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? Okay, Senator, who's asked for the roll call, please? Oh, Senator Birdsall, seconded by Senator Abbas. Who wants to speak? Senator Prentice, and then Senator Altschiller, would you like to speak as well? Yes, please. Okay, so Senator Prentice, you're recognized.
Thank you again, Madam President. I appreciate the patience of the body. I just want to say that I will be unable to support this amendment, and I appreciate the work that's been done. This is not just about Claremont. This is about this is an opportunity for all school districts in the state, and we're starting to hear more from school districts that are struggling. We are in a position to do no harm. The senator from District 16 is correct. The children should not be caught in the middle, and the communities should not be caught in the middle. I believe that by not giving a lower interest rate on money or on adequacy funds that are already that districts could cost communities more. I believe that I know we've reached the cap, which shows that these children, the point made by Senator from District 16 is that the children should have the ability to move forward in the line because the cap has been met. But I point out that the cap has been met, but we still have a program that is costing millions of dollars, that is universally available, and that we still don't have the checks and balances in place, in my opinion, to know exactly how and where this is being spent, potentially, if not already, costing communities money. So if we are here to do no harm, I've crafted solutions that were rejected. I cannot support the underlying bill because of the costs that could potentially, the communities could be impacted by. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Prentice. Senator Altschiller, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm speaking today to reaffirm our commitment to public schools and lament the process by which this endeavor has gone through. Months ago, there was an offer on the table in committee to stabilize the Claremont School District following its gross mismanagement. We were ready to act. We had bipartisan agreement, but in the 11th hour, we were delayed. What is before this body now is why we had to wait, why the taxpayers have had to wait, why the students of Claremont, which is the first school, but will not be the last, have had to wait. For one, some members of the committee chose to change the interest rate applied to this revolving loan fund to punishingly high rates. Why it is prudent to make a bad situation worse for an already struggling district is beyond me. Second, once again, a crisis has been exploited to pigeonhole a partisan agenda by including yet another EFA program expansion into this bill. The intention is clear. Proponents of the EFA program want to off-ramp as many kids as possible out of the public schools in order to undermine a long-standing and equitable institution for our public K through 12. They continue to undermine, underfund, and the state's public school infrastructure is being eroded by these continuous off-ramps. It's deeply unfortunate and disappointing that this lifeline had to be turned into a political football. We were ready, and we did begin our work in a bipartisan fashion from the beginning this summer. And these measures that were taken in recent weeks and are before you right now make it much, much more difficult. We should do the right thing, the smart thing, stabilize school districts with reasonable oversight and accountability, without punitive interest and without undermining our already struggling public education system. But this isn't it. This isn't it. For those reasons, I will be voting against this. Thank you, Madam President.
Support of the committee's recommendation about to pass with amendment. Just for clarification, this 11th hour reference, we did pass this amendment out of the committee back on November 21st. This has been available to the public to review even before that time. This is about the children. That was the one thing we kept hearing, the children. And this saves Claremont schools from having to go completely underwater and potentially having to close. This is it. This does it. This accomplishes the goal that needs to be done. And from looking at what I seen and what I heard during the public hearing, I'm going to give one example on the financial malfeasance that occurred. The general ledger that they used to keep track of all of their accounting was too unreliable to even look at or for any further as part of their audit. That's how bad it was. This is no fault of the students. This is for the kids. It's for their education. And this will save that school from being completely underwater. So join me, support the committee's recommendation of ought to pass with amendment. Thank you, Madam President.
$292. Okay, Senator Lang has a question of the senator from District 22.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I want to be clear, from what I read in the paper and what I see going on, the issue is if we don't pass this bill, Claremont has a good chance of not opening or severely restricting for students what academic opportunities are available to them, and that this bill is necessary for the town of Claremont to be able to maintain a public school system, and a no vote would put them in an untenable situation?
That's correct, except for Claremont's a city, but yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay, the question. Senator Perkins Coker has a question of...
From District 5, please.
You may ask the question.
Thank you.
Thank you for taking my question. As someone who's deeply committed to the students of Claremont, does this solution solely focus on solving this problem for the children of Claremont, or does it have an ideological poison pill in there?
Thank you for the question. Before I answer it, I just want to point out the beautiful snow falling outside. We're so lucky to live in the great state of New Hampshire. Thank you, Senator. So I used to represent Claremont. Claremont is my neighbor. I have communities that surround it that I talk to folks all the time, the city of Claremont, about this particular issue, about many issues. But I want to point out a couple things. Number one, this started with Claremont, but this is about, this amendment applies to all school districts, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. The second piece of this is by raising the interest, raising this to a higher interest rate by a federal bank, not providing, still we'd be charging them interest, but at a lower rate set by the state treasurer here, like that is the same or alike to other revolving loan funds. We could cost them more. This is a poison pill. And I do believe by continuing to expand the EFA program in an unchecked manner, as I believe that it has been run so far, because of the millions of dollars that we know have been spent, and more funds that could be spent through this provision in here, that we could do harm to communities, cities like Claremont and others, rather than give them some relief by reducing the interest rate and eliminating the EFA program. Thank you.
Thank you. Follow up, if I may?
Yes, you may follow up.
Just one last question. If families are struggling with affordability, ultimately is your point that this could add costs to our working families as opposed to supporting our public schools?
Thank you for the question. Yes, I believe that it will.
Thank you.
Okay, Senator McHugh has a question of... Okay. Senator Sullivan.
Senator, for taking my question. I heard just a moment ago that this bill applies to all school districts. Can you help me understand and clarify whether it applies to only districts that take advantage of this program and are in a similar financial difficulty, or does it actually apply to all districts?
Thank you for the question. So any district could apply for this. You would have to be eligible to do it. There's a criteria they look at, but anyone could apply for it. But what inspired this was the financial malfeasance and crisis that is occurring right now in Claremont.
Thanks, Senator.
Senator Sullivan has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question of my colleague in District 22. Hot seat today. Is it possible that if Claremont had the kind of oversight that the EFA program has, they wouldn't have found themselves in this position?
I would certainly hope so. I'm not sure there was any oversight happening over the period, and respectfully, with the degree of financial malfeasance, I think having financial oversight is critical, because I don't think any district, any community wants to be in this position, and we don't certainly want to make it, we're not taking it lightly. But if they're in that position, you can put as much money into anything you want. If it's going to be misused with continued financial malfeasance, you're not solving the problem. And this, I think it's important to have oversight, and plenty of it.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 292. Senator Gray, you wish to speak or a
Yes,
question?
Madam President.
Okay.
The question of the interest rate has come up. All right, so the senator said that it was available on the Treasurer's website. You can get to the Treasurer's website on your Senate-issued device. The last report that was issued, the dashboard, was issued on November the 30th. It does list a weighted average of 2.749%. But the last interest for bonds for April 2025 was 4.1%. For April 2024, 3.404%. It is not as easy as they said. And taking that interest rate from a federal thing that we can't manipulate seems to make a lot of sense to me. And if you take a weighted average of bonds that have been out there for years and years and years and use that, then you are providing it depends on how the interest rate has been, either a penalty for them or a windfall for them. And using that federal rate takes all that away. Takes all that away. It gives you the current rate and what we would have to pay if we went out and got the money now. Okay? So if you want to go look at it, go look for the treasurer and go look for the dashboard. The information is there, and it doesn't support that lower interest rate for new money that's going to be borrowed.
Thank you, Senator Gray. Senator Innes, you're recognized for a question of...
I have a question of the senator from District 6.
Will you take the question?
I told you not to sit down.
I'm old.
I'm getting there. All right. Would you agree that interest represents the cost of money?
Interest doesn't always represent the cost of money, but it is an agreement between the lender and the borrower on what is a reasonable rate
and
to return.
Don't you think that charging a reasonable rate of interest is actually an incentive for schools to avoid interest charges by being fiscally responsible?
I certainly can agree with that.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Senator Prentice, do you have... Okay. Okay, so hopefully we're at the end here. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 292. Are you ready for the question? A roll call has been requested by Senator Birdsall, seconded by Senator Abbas. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Shardy.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator McHugh.
Yes.
Senator Abar.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Reardon.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Senator Bertzel.
Yes.
Senator Long.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Addis.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
And Senator Carson.
Yes. Okay. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted by a vote of 16 to 8, and the bill is ordered to third reading. I am going to put us into recess now for lunch, and I expect everybody back here at 1 o'clock. The Senate will come out of recess. Before we take up our next bill, there's a couple things I'd like to do. One is I'd like to introduce our new audio person here on the floor and welcome him to the Senate, Mr. Darren Four. And as my super special guest, Mr. Griffin Robert, you can't hide, I see you, is here. Please stand. Most of us know Griffin. He worked for the Senate for years. So. Okay. All right. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 340 FN, an act relative to electioneering by public employees. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Lang for the committee.
Senator Lang.
Thank you, Madam President. I move House Bill 340 ought to pass with amendment. House Bill 340 prohibits public employees from distributing campaign materials, supporting or opposing candidates, or using their official position to influence votes when on duty or when using government property or equipment. This bill includes exemptions for neutral activities such as sharing factual election information and promoting voter awareness. For this reason, the Election Law and Municipal Affairs Committee recommends ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 340. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Lang. The prevailing motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Okay. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? And I recognize Senator Perkins-Coca for a floor amendment.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to introduce floor amendment 2025-3110S. And I do so because while I view this bill as completely unnecessary, we are looking at a bill here that restricts the right of our public employees and essentially censoring their activities while at work. There's some ambiguity in this bill in terms of how it would be enforced, and while I appreciate that my colleague from District 6 did some work in committee with the committee amendment to try to clarify this, it is still unclear to me reading it and to many of those that would be affected. And so the floor amendment, the purpose of that is to remove paragraph 5 of the bill, which would occurs on line 20 of page 2 and makes a violation of these terms in terms of what our public employees can and cannot do and advocate at work a criminal offense. This can be enforced by right of private action or otherwise. There's really no reason for us to include criminality in the statute. So I would ask my colleagues for your vote to remove that one line from this bill so that we can try to strike some balance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Perkins-Coca. Floor amendment number 3110S has been proposed. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Senator Lang, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A law passed with no teeth is no law at all. Right? The bottom line is what this does is it makes it an unclassified misdemeanor, which by definition, the AG's definition is that it'll first be charged as a B misdemeanor, which is a fine only. There's no jail time in this bill. So again, on a second offense, that could possibly be upcharged to an A misdemeanor, but then again, they probably deserve it because they knew it was against the law and they did it anyway. And so I ask you to vote down the proposed floor amendment. Thank
you, Senator Lang. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 3100S. Senator Perkins-Coca, would you like to speak or ask a question? Yes, you may.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments, my colleague from District 2, but I think that's precisely the point, is that in my reading of this bill, it would be very unclear to know whether they had broken the law. So I think removing the criminal penalties would be fair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Perkins-Coca. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 3110S. Is there any further discussion? Are you ready for the question? All in favor of floor amendment 3110 4110S, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. No. The noes have it. The floor amendment fails. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 340. Are you ready for the question? Okay. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion ought to pass as amended is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 481, an act relative to moving the state primary date. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Lang for the committee.
Senator Lang.
Thank you, Madam President. I move ought to pass with amendment for House Bill 481. House Bill 481 would shift the state primary date from September to June. The amendment establishes the effective date as January 1st, moving into the next election cycle, and moves the selection of inspectors back to March to take into account other areas of our law. For this reason, the Election Law Committee and Municipal Affairs Committee recommends ought to pass on House Bill 481. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Lang. The presiding motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Okay. Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Are there any further is there any further discussion or amendment? Okay, seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 481. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. The motion ought to pass as amended is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, to which was referred House Bill 707 FN, an act requiring the Department of Environmental Services to revise the rules for proposed new landfills. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Pearl for the committee.
Senator Pearl.
Thank you, Madam President. I move HB 707 ought to pass with amendment. I rise today to speak in support of this bill, which establishes the Solid Waste Facility Site Evaluation Committee. This committee will play a critical role in ensuring that applications for new solid waste facilities are thoroughly and transparently reviewed. By creating a dedicated body to evaluate these applications, this bill ensures that decisions on solid waste facilities will be based on consistent criteria, sound science, and careful consideration of public health and environmental impacts. This bill will also impose a temporary pause on new landfill development until July of 2027, giving the state time to implement long-term strategies for waste management. This bill is about responsible oversight that protects our communities and ensures that any new solid waste facility meets state standards before moving forward. The Energy and Natural Resources Committee respectfully asks for your support for HB 707 as ought to pass with amendment. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Pearl. The prevailing motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Okay. The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? And I recognize Senator Rochford to introduce his floor amendment.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I rise to offer Amendment 2026-0046. This amendment, if adopted, would replace what we just voted on. And talking about this issue, and you've all heard me talk about this issue a lot. This is an issue that seems to be Groundhog Day. And here we are again, just a month short of that, and we're talking about this again. You know, looking at this underlying bill that we just voted on, some may argue that the amended bill is necessary to deliver broad benefits to New Hampshire. a public benefit. However, when you review what the state landfill capacity is, it shows that we have sufficient capacity in this state until approximately 2034, and that's without taking into account all the already planned expansions in our existing facilities. Make no mistake, this legislation is targeted at a single project. And in my opinion, and in the opinion of my district and of my constituents, it offers to benefit not the whole state, but a single project operator. After years of litigation and untold sums of legal fees, the little town of Bethlehem ultimately reached a settlement with a landfill operator. That agreement, entered into both sides in good faith, was legally binding and accepted by all parties. They thought the fight was over. Here we find ourselves today, and this legislation would effectively void that agreement unilaterally, without the consent or input of one of the parties. You hear the term pull the rug out. This bill pulls the rug out from under a deal that was lawfully negotiated and settled. The proper way to change or exit an agreement is not through legislation like this, but by placing the question on a town ballot and allowing the people of Bethlehem to decide. They entered into the agreement, and they should retain the right to determine whether they wish to remain in it. And I'm going to tell you right now, that process is underway as we speak for the town meeting in March. So knowing that, and knowing that we have two other bills introduced into committee coming up this year, the question becomes, why do we need this bill now? Many have raised serious concerns about the constitutionality of this approach. So why enter into this approach if we know we will be in court again, whether it's the town of Bethlehem or the state of New Hampshire? I want to recognize the work of the committee, and it's not lost on me that this came out 5-0. And I want to thank all those involved, and I honor and respect that. And in that light, the amendment that I'm offering preserves nearly all of the original language in what we just heard. And the amendment also, in preserving that language, it also ensures that the ultimate decision on whether we unwind an agreement rests with the people that entered into the agreement, and that's the local community. It respects the rule of law, honors local control, and allows the people most affected to choose their path forward. So I would ask that you support the amendment, and I ask for a roll call.
Thank you very much, Senator Rochford. Again, the bill is on, let's see, we're discussing floor amendment number 0046. Senator Waters to speak.
Thank you, Madam President and colleagues. I rise in support of this amendment, and you know, I think we all know that we have talked about this, and we've had so many bills over the last 10 years. I think it could fill a dump truck, let alone a landfill, with the efforts that we put into it. And you know, in many ways, we have made a lot of progress. I think back to almost 10 years ago when we had the Solid Waste Study Committee chaired by Chairman Ebel, and I was on that, and that gave us the 10-year solid waste plan and a lot of other good progress on that, and we've made some progress on recycling and other things. So this has been the one issue, however, on the landfills, where we just back and forth between the House and Senate, we just keep talking trash, you know, and we have bills that come over from them and we don't like it, that we think we've amended something, so and have agreement over there that they can pass, and we send it back, and it gets shot down again. So I really think this effort is important, and I really applaud the leadership of Governor Ayotte in House Bill 2, where she put together this site evaluation committee language. I think this is a good way to go. We fairly recently revised the whole site evaluation committee process for the PUC, trying to find a way to make it work so investment can happen here and that big projects that can can be done, and recognizing that, yes, some things are statewide, and we have to somehow mitigate or balance what local control there may be with the greater needs of the economy. We did it for the PUC, and so I think this model that the governor presented makes a lot of sense. And I also really want to applaud the leadership of the senator from District 17. I mean, just the work on these bills over the last couple of years, and especially since we got HB 2, and just trying to find a way forward. And I think we're almost there, but this amendment does a couple of important things. I do think that we need to at least give an opportunity for some local control here. There is a legal agreement. On the other hand, my understanding of it is that it is potentially subject to renegotiation at some point in time anyways, but nonetheless, you know, even this bill proposes, both versions propose a 1-year moratorium, and I think it's important, you know, not to circumvent the process of the local deliberation on the agreement with Casella. And there's some other things too in the amendment here that, as the sponsor says, it's very much what is in what the committee recommended, but there are a couple of places where I think there's some important recognition of local role that we would all want for our communities, and yet I still think with this amendment it would be possible to get the appropriate expansions and siting done through this new process. And then lastly, I will say that you know, why do this now? I think we have an opportunity to get this done. I think if we send the amended version over across the wall, that we have a chance to get some concurrence and to get this finally finished. Otherwise, we're going to go into recycling mode, right? We're going to see new bills here. They're going to see new bills there. And I don't think I really doubt we'll pass anything. And there we are. You know, there we are. And it leaves everybody in the lurch. It really leaves us with no kind of rational way forward. So I think there's a real opportunity here. That's why I think that if we can do this amendment now, I really do think we can get this over the finish line. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Waters. To just refresh, we are talking about floor amendment 0046. Is there any further discussion? Senator Pearl?
Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate the spirit in which this amendment was brought, and I agree with a lot of the comments that my colleagues have made. You know, we all recognize that there's a public benefit aspect of solid waste disposal in our state. And I think the bill that we've presented, and I'll remind the body that we've all passed the language that we just passed in this amendment. We've passed it out earlier in the session, in the last session, I guess now actually, and we put it in the budget, and it was a well-negotiated, well-crafted piece of language. Is it perfect? Probably not. I'm sure that depending on who you ask, there are some who don't think it's perfect. Obviously, we have an amendment here. My concern with the amendment is there's a financial impact that the committee has not had an opportunity to look at. The changes that make will greatly financially impact the state of New Hampshire through a couple of different avenues, and I'm not ready to do that on a floor amendment. If we're going to go in and offer an amendment like this that's really going to have a financial impact on this state, then I think it needs to go through the committee, have the committee have the opportunity to properly vet the changes that are suggested. They may be valid, but I don't know right now. I do know there will be a financial impact to the state if we pass this amendment, and I'm not comfortable doing that. And I want to make sure that the Senate has an understanding that there'll be opportunities. We have other bills that are coming forward. If we decided we wanted to pass some language that something like this, we could put it on another bill. But I don't think it's advisable to the Senate today to pass this as a floor amendment without the full Senate, and especially the committee, having the opportunity to understand the impact. So I would encourage you to please vote down this amendment. Let's send the bill forward as it is, and we can have further discussion. The House is certainly able to do that if they choose to, the body on the other side of the wall. So thank you, and I would respectfully ask you to vote down the amendment.
Thank you, Senator Pearl. Senator Rosenwald, do you want to be recognized to speak, or? Okay.
Thank you, Madam President. Just briefly, I rise in support of this floor amendment, and I thank my colleague from District 17 for bringing up the fact that there might be financial implications And just looking back at the FN report, this bill is scheduled to go to finance. So we'll all get another crack at looking at what is the potential cost. Thank you.
The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 0046. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? A roll call has been requested by Senator Rochford, seconded by Senator Avard. Senator Perkins-Coca would like to ask a question
Of order, Madam President, is, or maybe a quick question for the senator from District 1 to just clarify one administrative thing. Is the floor amendment in front of us today 003? See, we have 0035, and so I think the Senate President just said 0046, but I understand one word was changed.
Actually, it's 3 dates were changed.
Okay.
And when this was drafted, it was another year. And in drafting the floor amendment, you know, like many people this time of year, you get, it's going to take me till July to write 26. But the text is the same. The intent is the same. There are 3 dates in there that were just moved to recognize the fact that we're in a different year.
Yeah, and I had seen that. Okay, thank you very much. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Thank you. A roll call has been requested by Senator Rochford and Senator Avard. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochford.
Yes.
Senator Lane.
No.
Senator McConkey.
No.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
No.
Senator Innes.
No.
Senator Ward.
Nope.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
Yes.
Senator McHugh.
Nope.
Senator Avard.
No.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Reardon.
Yes.
Senator Murphy.
No.
Senator Pearl.
No.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
No.
Senator Long.
Yes.
Senator Perkins-Coca.
Yes.
Senator Addis.
No.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
No. 12.
It was 12-12.
Okay.
So it failed.
Okay. The amendment has failed by a vote of 12 to 12. Okay. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 707. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted, and the bill is ordered to the Committee on Finance. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, to which was referred House Bill 723 FN, an act repealing the multi-use energy data platform. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Avard for the committee.
Senator Avard.
Thank you, Madam President. I move HB 723 FN ought to pass. House Bill 723 removes the requirement for our electric and natural gas utilities to build and operate a statewide energy data platform. Repealing this mandate also removes the significant costs that would have come with it. The Department of Energy estimated the initially utilities expense of $4.6 to $7 million annual cost, with an annual cost of $272,800 to $416,400 annually. Costs that would almost certainly have been passed on to ratepayers, including the state and local governments. By eliminating this requirement now, we avoid the unnecessary expenses and prevent added financial pressure on taxpayers at every level. I urge my colleagues to support this motion of ought to pass. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Avard. The bill, the prevailing motion is ought to pass. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Senator Waters?
Thank you, Madam President and colleagues. I rise in opposition to the prevailing motion. I don't think we should repeal the process of the use energy data platform at this time. The data platform was created in a bipartisan fashion to modernize how we understand energy use, control costs, and support efficiency for consumers, municipalities, and small businesses. Now, when this came to us in committee, I think that there was some lack of information about actually where the process was on the creation of this data platform. And so at that time, it did seem as if this effort had not successfully moved along, that it had taken quite some time, and that we didn't really see that there were going to be results from it. That was not true. As it turns out, the PUC had been working diligently with a large set of partners, and particularly with utilities, to create a working model that could be presented. And yesterday, we got notice from the chair of the PUC about bringing forward to the Governor and Council today at its meeting the status report. And what the status report says is that the work product is ready, the RFP is ready, the work stream schedule is ready, there is an agreement on the components of it, on the costs of it, and it is ready to go. And there is just no doubt that this is going to save consumers money, because this data management means people can understand how to efficiently use energy, what things can, what methods and procedures can be taken place with that data, to see how, whether it's businesses or individuals or municipalities, can control their energy costs and save substantial funding. So we really are tossing it out at a moment when the PUC's good work and a lot of partners and utilities, this is ready to go. You can see the PUC chair's letter. Here it is. You can download and look at the RFPs and the 2 reports from the consultants that were done for it. It is ready to go. It was presented this morning, this update, to the Governor and Council. So I really think we ought to wait. I think we ought to vote down this motion. I think we ought to retain it and let this process go forward. If it turns out that the bids come in and it just, is not something that's going to be practical, we'll have opportunity for other legislative action. But a lot of work is going into this, a lot of good agreement. And I would just tell you, the need for a data platform in this state is really has been demonstrated. That's why in a bipartisan process we passed and tasked the PUC and utilities to do this. So, Madam President, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Waters. The bill is still on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Okay. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 723. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted, and the bill is ordered to the Committee on Finance. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred Senate Bill 183, an act relative to membership of the Peace Development Authority Board of Directors. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3-2. Senator Gannon for the committee.
Senator Gannon.
Thank you, Madam President. Happy New Year. I move that Senate Bill 183 be inexpedient to legislate. This bill would modify the membership of the Peace Development Authority of Directors to include representatives from the towns of Hampton and Rye. The bill was previously re-referred to the committee to allow for further discussion. After considerable deliberation, the majority of the committee concluded that the legislation is unnecessary and that the committee does not have sufficient information to recommend it favorably. The ED&A Committee, therefore, asks for your support on the motion of inexpedient to legislate.
Thank you, Senator Gannon. The prevailing motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any discussion? We recognize Senator Altschiller to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to the motion of inexpedient to legislate. In 2019, the legislature added a seat to represent Greenland on the Pease Development Authority Board of Directors, which Greenland abuts Pease International Trade Port. That bill passed both bodies on voice votes. The 5,605 residents of Rye and the 16,424 residents of Hampton deserve the same representation with respect to the divisions of ports and harbors. Over the past few years, there has been a well-documented tension between the PDA and the towns that are host to working ports and harbors. As the division of ports and harbors evolves, it is critical that the host communities for the ports are represented on the board. Please consider the local impact on the economies, environment, and quality of life in Hampton and Rye. Adding a board member from these communities would ensure that local concerns are properly represented in decision-making processes. Of the 15 locations under the jurisdiction of the Division of Ports and Harbors, only Rye Harbor and Hampton Harbor lack representation on the board. I ask that this body consider voting down this ITL so that another motion can be made. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Altschiller. The prevailing motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any further discussion? Okay, seeing none. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. 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 All opposed, no? No. The ayes have it. The motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred, Senate Bill 187FN, an act adopting the Dentist and Dental Hygienist Compact. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be re-referred to interim study by a vote of 3-2. Senator McHugh for the committee.
Senator McHugh.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm a co-sponsor of this bill, and I definitely agree it does need a little more study. During testimony, we learned that there are competing compacts, another one from the American Association of Dental Boards. Although there's broad support for compacts in general and support for a dentist and dental hygienist compact of some sort, unfortunately, this particular compact outlines some parts that are inconsistent with New Hampshire statutes. For example, there's no requirement for candidates to have graduated from an accredited dental or a dental hygiene school. So for those reasons, I ask you to support the committee's motion of interim study.
Thank you, Senator. The prevailing motion is to re-refer to interim study. Senator Reardon would like to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise today to respectfully oppose the motion for interim study and urge this body to pass SB 187. The bill is about access to care, access to providers, and access to a system that works for the people of the state of New Hampshire. Too many of our constituents, especially in rural and underserved communities, struggle to find a dentist or dental hygienist. Delaying this bill delays real solutions to a real problem. SB 187 allows New Hampshire to join a proven interstate compact that maintains our high professional standards while reducing unnecessary barriers for qualified providers who want to work here. This would protect patients while recognizing that modern healthcare requires flexibility and mobility. Workforce shortages hurt working families the most. We should be removing red tape when it stands in the way of people getting the care they need. This compact has already been adopted by multiple states. The framework exists, the safeguards exist. Every year we wait is another year families go without timely dental care. Another year providers choose neighboring states over New Hampshire. I urge you to vote against interim study so I may bring a motion in favor of SB 187. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Reardon. The motion is to re-refer to interim study. Is there any further discussion? Okay. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of re-refer to interim study on Senate Bill 187. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of re-refer to interim study is adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 59FN, an act relative to the assault of a firefighter, emergency medical care provider, or a law enforcement officer. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Abbas for the committee.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Madam President. I move House Bill 59FN ought to pass with amendment. HB 59, as amended, ensures that anyone who knowingly causes a bodily injury to a first responder acting in the line of duty or attacks a law enforcement officer because of their past or present service will face a more serious penalty under second-degree assault. Please join me and the other members of the Judiciary Committee in supporting the amendment by voting HB 59 ought to pass as amended. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Madam President. This amendment, what it did, the original bill did have some bail language in there. Obviously, we passed bail reform, so we didn't want to create conflicts in the law, and we removed that. In addition, I'm going to ask everyone to support adopting the amendment because it clarifies that they had a lot of language about that no longer exists under our law. We fixed that as well. So please adopt the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. Senator Gannon is recognized.
22, if he'll take it.
You're recognized to give your question.
Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. We had a lot of talk about knowingly and who this would affect. So if I was, say, a special needs person at a door and I didn't have the mens rea, would I suffer the penalties of this, or would I be lacking knowledge? If you could explain that to me.
Well, it's a very complicated legal question, so thank you for asking that on the spot.
Well, that's why I asked you.
What I'll say is this. In order to, the element of the offense requires knowingly to be proved beyond a reasonable doubt. If there is a mental health condition that factors in that would affect one's mens rea, then that could come into effect, yes.
Thank you.
The bill is on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any further discussion on the committee amendment? Senator McHugh.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, every one of us relies on emergency workers on the worst days of our lives. When we have chest pain, child stops breathing, car gets wrapped around a tree, or a heart stops. The question is, who do we consider emergency workers? Is it just outside the hospital, or is it perhaps in a hospital bay as well? So some of you may have seen an amendment or heard discussion about the reference to that specific definition of emergency medical providers. In current statute, that refers to only outside the hospital. So I ask my colleagues to please support this bill as amended in passage and consider supporting and even co-sponsoring a late filed bill that will also include that larger group. In the prior attempts at this legislation, one of which I sponsored many years ago, we had a lot of questions from the hospital emergency room, physicians, nurses, technicians, volunteers, who studies will show about 1 in 4 are assaulted every year or more. And there's about 60,000 assaults on pre-hospital workers. So I think it behooves us to consider that. We should pass this as it is with this amendment. And I'll be bringing a late bill to give you all the opportunity to protect that additional class of emergency room staff. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Okay. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Okay. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 59. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is amended, and the bill is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 109FN, an act relative to false reports to law enforcement. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Gannon for the committee.
Senator Gannon.
Thank you, Madam President. I move House Bill 109FN ought to pass with amendment. The purpose of the legislation is to strengthen our laws regarding false reports to law enforcement. The original bill created penalties for knowingly providing false information about criminal conduct or misconduct by an officer. The amendment before us today simplifies and clarifies the bill, and importantly, enhances the penalty for such offenses from a standard misdemeanor to a Class A misdemeanor. Please join members of the Judiciary Committee in supporting the committee amendment and the pending motion. And I'd like to speak on the bill, Madam President. Thank you.
The bill is on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion? Senator Gannon, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. You're going to hear about this bill. You're going to hear that it's going to have a chilling effect on people coming forward. But I say quite the opposite. This bill is going to have a chilling effect on people knowingly lying, because they're going to know there could be consequences to their action. Seeing that today we've been celebrating the Constitution, we got writings by George Washington. George Washington's number one thing he's known for is emphasized truth as a fundamental virtue, being it ultimately prevails with effort, and he famously stated, truth will ultimately prevail where pains is taken to bring it to light. And that said, there's but one straight course, and that is to seek the truth and to pursue it steadily. Quickly, this bill, I'll skip you through most of the stuff here. It's going to penalize someone knowingly coming to a police officer and saying false or baseless complaint. It's going to help ensure internal affairs and oversight resources are focused on legitimate allegations, not fabricated ones. It balances accountability and fairness. The amendment preserves the ability to report misconduct in good faith, targets only report with knowledge that are false. It protects police officers from intentional smear campaigns without discouraging honest complaints. It encourages trust in law enforcement and differentiates between false allegations of misconduct and criminal conduct which create proportional consequences. It reinforces public confidence that accusations are handled seriously and responsible. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gannon. The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Is there any further discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no? No. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or floor amendment? Okay. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 109. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 191FN, an act providing criminal and civil penalties for transporting an unemancipated minor in order to obtain a surgical procedure without parental permission. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Gannon for the committee.
Senator Gannon.
Madam President, we're on a roll. Let's keep it going. I move House Bill 191FN ought to pass with amendment. The original bill provided criminal and civil penalties for transporting an unemancipated minor without parental consent for the purpose of obtaining a surgical procedure. The bill clarifies, as amended, and expands the scope of the bill to include the transportation of a minor for the purpose of obtaining a termination of pregnancy without parental consent. In addition, the amendment removes the civil liability provisions and focuses the bill solely on criminal penalties, while also updating exceptions to cover medical emergencies and clarify consent requirements. Please join the Judiciary Committee in voting ought to pass with amendment on 191. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Gannon. The prevailing motion is ought to pass with amendment, and the bill is on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Senator Reardon.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to House Bill 191. 191 is duplicative, punitive, and lacks a proper rationale to make such sweeping changes to our law. For one, RSA 132:33 already requires parental consent and notice for a minor to receive abortion care. Second, the existing statutory scheme is well-crafted and provides for an emergency bypass or a judicial bypass, which this bill completely and unintentionally fails to do. This is simply unnecessary for any meaningful reason other than to be restrictive and punitive regarding the transportation of a minor to a surgical procedure, any surgical appointment. By requiring explicit written consent for procedures under this bill, normal services, perhaps wisdom teeth removal, may subject someone to a criminal action should they transport a minor without the explicit written consent. If I ask my neighbor, my sister, my mother to take my son to the dentist, is that explicit or implicit consent? It's debatable, it's a gamble, and it's a criminal misdemeanor is the price for that. Further, does the provider refuse to treat the child if they don't receive that written consent? This is draconian, punitive, and unnecessary when the legislature has previously crafted a solution to this issue. Granite Staters are eager for us to work on other issues. I oppose this bill wholeheartedly. Let's move on. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Reardon. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any further discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Okay, a roll call has been requested by Senator Avard. Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Innes. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 191. Are you ready for the question?
I'm ready.
The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice. No. Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi. Yes. Senator Fenton. No. Senator McHugh.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald. No. Senator Reardon.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Bertzel.
Yes.
Senator Long.
No.
Senator Perkins Coca.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
And Senator Carson.
Yes.
16-8.
The ayes have it. By a vote of 16-8, the motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading. Okay. The Senate will be in recess for 2 minutes. Left. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Ways and Means, to which was referred House Bill 451 FN, an act establishing the Paint Product Stewardship Program. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3-2. Senator Lang for the committee.
Senator Lang.
Thank you, Madam President. I move House Bill 451 ought to pass. This bill creates a post-consumer nonprofit stewardship program called Paint Care that will allow consumers to bring leftover paint, which is a hazardous waste, back to the participating stores to properly recycle. The stores will collect the paint and then it's picked up by Paint Care at no additional cost. And this is a bipartisan bill that is industry supported by the paint industry. Providing a way for consumers to recycle leftover paint and paint cans will ensure the proper disposal of hazardous waste, keeping it out of landfills and not polluting our water systems. It will reduce municipal costs related to hazardous waste collection events. The committee heard testimony. The average cost for such events of hazardous waste is around $13,000 per event. Paint represents over half of the hazardous waste collected by municipalities during municipal hazardous waste days. With this bill passage, Paint Care will pick up that paint from the municipality at no cost. So a municipality can collect the paint year-round, call when they have enough, Paint Care will show up and take it at no cost to the taxpayer. The program is funded by a small user fee that's rolled into the price of the paint based on volume. Then on a quarterly basis, the manufacturer will pay the stewardship program that will collect the paint, their fees to do so. Once the program is in place, anyone can bring a can of paint to a participating retailer for recycling, even if they're purchased prior to the establishment of this program, so you all get to empty out your basements. It is estimated the fees proposed in the bill will be offset by avoided collection disposal costs at the municipal waste system, thus reducing the burden on local taxpayers. This is a well-thought-out, industry, bipartisan-sponsored bill, carefully crafted with broad industry support that aligns New Hampshire's solid waste reduction goals. And I ask you to support the ought to pass motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lang. The prevailing motion is ought to pass. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion or floor amendments? Senator Murphy.
President, I move floor amendment 2026-0054S and ask to speak to that amendment.
You may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. This is simply a very simple amendment that would change the effective date from upon passage to January 1st of next year. This is a bill that is going to impose some bureaucratic burden upon the operators, and it simply gives them time to adjust to the reality of collecting this tax. So I'm going to oppose the bill either way, but this at least makes it somewhat more tenable for the operators in our state, and I ask you to support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Floor amendment number 0054 has been proposed. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Senator Lang.
So, no offense, Senator from District 16, but I'm going to ask you to oppose this floor amendment. Remember, this is an industry-sponsored bill. They're ready for the bill right now. They don't need a delay. They don't need action. They're ready both in the hardware stores that'll process this as well as the paint manufacturers. So this is just an unnecessary delay that's not needed, and I'd ask that you vote down the amendment.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Senator Murphy.
Question, if I may, Madam President,
yes.
Of my monochromatic colleague in District 2. When you say it's supported by the industry, you're referring to the paint manufacturers, not the operators. Is that correct?
So my understanding is both the hardware stores as well as the paint industry is okay with this bill as written, ready to go. They don't need anything else. This is already done in multiple states around us. There's nothing new that's being implemented here other than it's new to New Hampshire.
I'll refrain from debate. Thank you.
Senator Sullivan has a question of.
Thank you, Madam President. I have a question of my colleague in District 2. Is it necessary to have a state law for these companies to work together and do this program?
So I would say no. Reality is it's probably not necessary. However, We have done this before in other industries, allowing for not-for-profits to be created, whether it's in healthcare, where we have various not-for-profits that are created by statute. So this is not, again, an uncommon practice for the legislature to have a nonprofit established and to be able to work through statewide issues.
Follow-up? Do you, by any chance, know how much this nonprofit makes yearly?
I don't recall the number off my head. I do know that in the bill, there's a reporting requirement that they let us know how much money they've collected, how that money was spent, so that we can adjust the fee if necessary, so that it can go down if they don't need the money.
Would you believe it's a multi-million-dollar industry?
I'll take your word for it.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Okay, floor amendment 0054 has been proposed. Is there any further discussion? Senator Gannon for a question.
Not on the amendment, but on the underlying bill, because
We're still on the,
we were asking
amendment.
questions about the other underlying bill. Can I continue that line? Just a quick question, Senator, from two, if you'd take it. What participation is that? You mentioned other states are doing this. Do they have a high participation rate? Do you know the percentage of people who are, is it half the people who are doing this?
They do. My understanding is it's successful in our surrounding states.
Thank you.
Okay, we are still on floor amendment 0054. Are there any further questions? Okay, seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor of floor amendment 0054, say aye. Aye. All opposed, no? No. Ooh, the chair is in question. We'll do a division. Okay, we'll do a division vote. Yeah. Okay. All those in favor of the adoption of floor amendment 0054, will you please stand? Okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11. Okay. You may be seated. All of those opposed to the adoption of floor amendment 0054, would you please stand? Okay. The question, okay, the division vote is 11 yes, 13 no. So it looks like the question is on the adoption of, to pass on floor amendment 0054. Passes. Senator Murphy?
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, House Bill 451 imposes a new sales tax on paint. Let's call it what it is. It's a sales tax. And the bill, if you read it, doesn't actually say how much the tax is going to be. It delegates the setting of that fee to the department and the organization. It sends the tax money to the private organization called Paint Care that is going to pick up and recycle this paint. The bill is written as to pretend there's some sort of approval process for this. But Paint Care was there. It's a fait accompli. It's a smokescreen. There's no real process. They're going to get the contract. This same organization operates in 11 other states, to answer your question, Senator, having convinced those states to send that same tax money to them. Now, what is the point of the bill? Is it to encourage paint recycling? No, nothing in this bill forces people to bring paint in for recycling or even encourages it. Those who currently throw it away will continue to do so. Beyond that, throwing away empty cans and dried paint is not only harmless, it's encouraged by officials at transfer stations. Tossing in some kitty litter is all that's needed to dry paint and make it disposable. You will hear that this bill will protect taxpayer money by relieving towns of the cost of recycling wet paint, but that's not true. Towns can already charge a fee. Manchester charges $4 per gallon of paint. The whole point of towns charging those fees is to offset those costs. And the precedent this bill sets is downright dangerous to those of us who oppose sales taxes. Towns charge for and pay to dispose of everything from tires to pool chemicals, fluorescent bulbs to batteries. Should we have a sales tax for those items too? What is the difference? What happens when another private group, Battery Care, shows up and asks us to impose a sales tax and send them the money? The Paint Care lobbyist testified that the bill will drive traffic to paint stores, but this amounts to a giveaway to the big box chain operators at the expense of the mom and pop local hardware stores that do not have the room or the time to store and track dozens and hundreds of paint cans waiting to be picked up. It's entirely likely that small operators will choose not to participate in this program, but they'll still be collecting that tax and forwarding it along. This bill might as well be called the Paint Care and Big Box Store Enrichment Act. I'll give you 2 more reasons to oppose the bill. First, any town or transfer station that chooses not to participate in the program is still going to be charging a disposal fee. So from now, people cleaning out their garages and basements will be paying the fee on top of the tax, when they could just bring everything to the transfer station. What about people who use all the paint and their cans are empty? Still paying that new tax, sending money to Paint Care. Here's that second reason. The bill grants immunity, if you read it, from penalties for spills, leaks, and discharges from any paint, including oil paint, which, unlike latex, can actually be dangerous. If a pallet of half-empty cans gets knocked over and it goes into a storm drain, that's okay. They can't face penalties under this bill. How in the world is that good for the environment? What other industry is granted this immunity? There is no need to create a new sales tax and statewide program to deal with paint. Doing so drives up the cost of constructing new buildings and renovating current ones, and punishes our citizens for improving their homes and businesses. This is a well-intended but pointless sales tax bill, and I encourage the body to vote no. Thank you, Madam President.
That passed, the floor amendment failed. So I just want to make sure to clear that up for the record. So we are discussing House Bill 451 as amended, and we have some folks who would like to speak. Senator Sullivan would like to ask a question.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to ask a question of my colleague in District 16. So am I understanding this correctly, that a fee will be collected even if the paint is not recycled?
A fee will be collected, a tax is collected at the point of sale by every retailer and is then forwarded to Paint Care, and regardless of whether the paint comes back or not.
Okay, follow up, please. Do I further understand that now the industry can make money off of the same product 3 times? The initial sale, the fee, and then when they recycle and sell, because that paint is then recycled for resale. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator McHugh would like to speak?
A question for my colleague from District 16.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. So will this new tax automatically drive up the cost of any do-it-yourself project if you wanted to paint your house, whether or not you use the paint or not? And would it essentially then make those small projects by do-it-yourselfers less affordable?
The answer is, of course, businesses pass taxes on to consumers, and the thing is that, again, we do not know exactly what that tax will be.
Thanks, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President.
Okay. Do you wish to speak or ask a question?
To speak, Madam President. Okay. Thank you, Madam President. I do rise in opposition to HB 451. I heard, and I respect both of the points made by the members who spoke today. In my own research on this issue, I talked to some folks in the painting industry, and I asked, what do you do with all your paint cans? Well, in my district, there is a mom and pop store that will accept these paint cans, $5 a can for a 1-gallon can. A little more expensive than Manchester, but my point is, I understand that the big box stores may benefit from this, but where I represent, it actually is going to hurt a mom and pop business. And I'm not sure if that came out during the public hearings on this, but some private stores are already doing this and charging for it. And it is available. If someone goes online, they'll be able to find more mom and pops that do this. And any mom and pop store can start doing this as a way. I don't think we need to mandate a fee, or you can call it whatever you want. And to me, it makes paint more expensive. So I don't think this is necessary to accomplish the goal. So I'm going to oppose the ought to pass. And join me so another motion can be made. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. Senator Rosenwald is reckoned for a question.
Yes, just a clarification on the parliamentary standing. If the floor amendment failed Aren't we debating ought to pass, not ought to pass as amended?
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, the question is on the adoption of the committee report of ought to pass on House Bill 451. Okay, Senator Avard has requested a roll call, seconded by Senator Sullivan. Are there any other members who would like to speak? Okay, we have a request for a recess. We'll take a 2-minute recess. Senate will come out of recess. Before we went into recess, we were getting ready to vote on House Bill 451. The roll call had been requested by Senator Avard, seconded by Senator Sullivan. The clerk will call the roll. Oh, here we go. Nope, he's coming. Okay. Senator Ricciardi is recognized for a question of.
Senator from District 2. Thank you for taking my question. So we've heard a lot about taxes. It's my understanding this is a user fee and not a tax. We pay tolls, it's a user fee, it's not a tax. Could you please clarify this?
Sure. Thank you. I always define a tax as when the government is the one that's going to collect the fee from somebody. There's no government collecting any fee here. This is a fee for disposal by the user who creates the problem by buying the paint. So it's a user fee. You buy the paint, you pay the fee. If you don't buy the paint, you don't pay the fee. It's that simple. This is a user fee based on consumption.
Thank you.
The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 451. A roll call has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochelle.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
No.
Senator Innes.
No.
Senator Ward.
Nope.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
Yes.
Senator McHugh.
No.
Senator Avard.
No.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Reardon.
Yes.
Senator Murphy.
No.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
No.
Senator Long.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Polka.
Yes.
Senator Abbas.
No.
Senator Gannon.
No.
Senator Altschiller.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
No. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted by a vote of 13 to 11, and the bill is ordered to third reading. We are at the conclusion of the regular calendar, and we'll take up the bills that were removed from the consent calendar. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred Senate Bill 101 FN, an act authorizing parents to enroll their children in any public school in the state. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 5-0. Senator Prentice for the committee.
Senator Prentice.
Thank you, Madam President. So Senate Bill 101 allows New Hampshire students to attend any public school in the state. It requires the average cost per pupil at the resident district to be allocated to whichever school a student transfers to, requiring the parents/guardians of that student to pay the difference. If the average cost per pupil is higher at the school the student is transferring to, as you've heard, the committee recommendation 5-0 was inexpedient to legislate. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Prentice. The prevailing motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any discussion? Senator Lang.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd ask the members of the body to overturn, to vote down the inexpedient to legislate. As you know, there was a Supreme Court decision on this that came out. Every school is a sending school according to the Supreme Court decision. This bill, if we allow it to pass, will put that into an alignment with the Supreme Court decision. Thank you, Madam President. I'll speak later if the ITL motion is overturned.
Okay. Thank you, Senator. Are there any further questions? There we go. Senator Waters.
President, I want to rise in support of the pending motion. I think that we have seen over the past discussion of these bills that it's very complicated when it comes to what the cost may be for local school districts and their taxpayers if we have this open enrollment program. People often refer other states where this is done, but those other states have very different funding models of their public schools, whereas much more state support, so it's less of a burden on the local taxpayer if a tuition formula such as this goes forward. I mean, first off, I think there's a real question about fairness to municipalities here. I mean, let's say that there are different students from different sending districts with different costs per pupil. What logic is there to let the same education be paid for at the receiving school with differential payments made just because of where someone comes from a sending school? And is this equitable for students? Because another question that is open here is the question of the cost of transportation. So I imagine that families in certain circumstances might be able to take advantage of this because they can provide the transportation, but lower income families or others who just because of various circumstances would not be able to provide that transportation. It doesn't really provide an equitable opportunity for students to take advantage of open enrollment. And thirdly, as you know, I have a particular interest in CTEs, and I actually sponsored some legislation last semester and have, excuse me, last semester, I was a professor, right? That's bad. Last session. About allowing some open enrollment opportunities for CTE students so that they would be able to take advantage of CTE no matter what school they may be going to, if that served their purposes. But here there are real questions about CTE enrollments. I mean, what are the impacts? You know, is a student enrolling as an open enrollment student, or are they a sending or resident student of the open enrollment school? And that impacts directly on CTEs. There are regional agreements that cover CTE receiving and sending schools, which have formulas and ways of working out the enrollment possibilities for programs that are limited in size for various reasons of their capacity. And so that's, I will tell you, that is complicated. Representative Ladd and I worked for many years on these MOUs for receiving and sending schools. We made a lot of good progress on that. But, you know, this doesn't take that into account. And I'll say the other thing too is that, you know, CTE education is more expensive. You know, some of those programs like welding or, you know, some of the other technical programs, there's a fair amount of cost to support that student, and that is not taken into account here. So I think there's some advantage to trying to work towards open enrollment. I think that, you know, one of my communities, Rollinsford, is having a school meeting this week to talk about becoming an open enrollment school because they see there might be some advantage to it. But it's the time that needs to be taken, and I think particularly for the CTs. This is premature. There will be other opportunities to work on this. I think we ought to vote this one down now by supporting the pending motion. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Waters. The prevailing motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 101? Okay. Seeing none, are you ready for the question? Senator Lang has requested that we vote down the inexpedient to legislate so that he can offer another motion of ought to pass. And I believe you also have a floor amendment?
If I prevail, Madam, I'll speak to the floor amendment.
Okay. Just want to make sure everybody's aware. So, are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. 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 Okay, the prevailing motion has failed of inexpedient to legislate. Senator Lang would like to offer another motion.
Madam Chair, I move ought to pass on Senate Bill 101, and I'd like to speak to my motion.
Thank you. Would you like to offer your amendment at this time?
I would not, and I'll explain to that right now.
Okay, all right. Senator Lang.
So I want to thank my good colleague from District 22 who caught my error in drafting in my floor amendment. The floor amendment I originally was going to offer would have lowered the bill from 100% of the average student cost down to possibly 80% with justification. However, the accidentally floor amendment was drafted as a replace all, and it got rid of the whole rest of the bill and everything else. So this bill will be going to finance, and I will take that amendment up in finance and have it addressed in finance to allow local school districts to be able to retain some of the money for administrative costs to deal with this, because they are still the school district of residency, so they have some administrative hurdles that allow them with justification to be able to withhold anything less than 100% down to 80%. That's what I would be bringing to finance. When I speak to the bill as it's written, so what this bill does, as you know, the Supreme Court ruled, the Prospect Mountain versus Farmington, that every district in the state is a sending district. Your school districts have an expense line now they never had before based on that Supreme Court decision. But what you don't have is a revenue line to help offset that expense line. What this bill does is create that revenue line, and it lets you control the revenue line at the school board level. Every school board by this bill will set what their open enrollment looks like. How many kids can I absorb into my school system without incurring new expense, so that I can maximize the expense I already have. That's what this bill is about, maximizing. Can I bring, if I have room for 100 kids, I can set open enrollment at 80, leave 20 for any new parents that might move in, and the other 80 students that are coming in are nothing but a revenue line for your district that with no expense cost on the other side. It will lower your local property taxes because you're per cost. You're getting 100% of your local average cost by this bill. So regardless of whether the sending school is less or more, the receiving school will always get 100% of its average student cost. So you're getting the same amount of money as if the person lived in town. So I'd ask you to vote in favor of OTP, send this bill over to finance where I can allow the administrative savings to allow your district to save some administrative money to deal with the administrative overhead of help managing the system. And let's create a revenue line for your school system so we can help lower property taxes in our state. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lang. Senator Rosenwald would like to speak.
Madam President, I hate to disagree with my colleague from District 2, but I think that passing this bill will increase property taxes in the sending districts. And that's because, as usual, we're ignoring that most of the costs of running a school district are fixed. So when a child leaves, they go from Laconia to Moultonborough, the money that Laconia spends goes with them, but the cost for buildings, for buses, for teachers, for heat, for water, those costs don't leave the district. So I believe that this bill will increase property taxes, and that's why I'm going to vote against it. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Rosenwald. The question is on the adoption of the recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 101. Is there any further discussion? Okay. Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted, and the bill is ordered to the Committee on Finance. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 222, an act repealing the requirement of a memorandum of understanding between a chartered public school and a school district regarding how students with disabilities will receive special education services. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5-0. Senator Altschiller for the committee.
Senator Altschiller.
Thank you, Madam President. House Bill 222 repeals the requirement for a memorandum of understanding between chartered public schools and local school districts regarding how students with disabilities receive special education services. This bill is intended to reduce administrative burdens while preserving existing special education oversight and collaboration.
Okay, thank you, Senator Altschiller. The prevailing motion is ought to pass. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion or floor amendments? Senator Lang.
Thank you, Madam President. I offer floor amendment number 3113S. like to speak to the floor amendment?
Yes, you may.
So this floor amendment, brought by both Senator Waters and myself, is part of the problem we're having over at Corrections. Corrections has approached us through the budget process. We went through some work there to tighten up what's going on there. They further came back to us and asked us to do some restructuring of their organization to allow them to restructure. This bill, this floor amendment is just that. It's a restructuring of the Corrections Department at their request. It'll save $500,000 a year to help them meet their back of the budget cuts that are necessary, and it's what's in best practices for the organization. As you know, we have a brand new commissioner over there, and this is the structure that he would like to see, and it's supported by his sub-commissioner. So I'd ask you to vote in favor of the floor amendment, save the state some money, help Department of Corrections restructure.
Thank you very much, Senator. We are currently debating Floor Amendment 3113. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Okay. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment 3113. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Seeing nothing. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 222. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and the bill is ordered to third reading. Congratulations, we've made it through the calendar. I recognize Senator Birdsall for a motion.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that all bills and resolutions ordered to third reading be by this resolution read a third time, all titles be the same as adopted, and that they be passed at the present time.
All in favor say aye. 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 All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The early session is adjourned. We are now in the late session. Are there any announcements to come before the Senate? Senator Altschiller?
Yes. Thank you, Madam President. I request unanimous consent. What an honor to have our groundbreaking document here in the room with us. New Hampshire's Constitution here in the chamber, and indeed, this is America's first state constitution. And in Exeter, the home of the American Independence Museum, we began the celebration of America's 250th birthday on Monday night, January 5th, when over 350 Granite Staters joined together at the historic Exeter Town Hall for a history lesson and analysis of these documents from the Honorable N. William Delker, an Associate Justice for the New Hampshire Superior Court, and Constitutional Law Professor Lawrence Friedman. The American Independence Museum is a Granite State treasure. I'd like to share a few words from the museum. Our independence, our shared heritage of self-governance, of democracy, is not a static and dusty thing that happened 250 years ago. It is not a thing foreordained and forever promised. The struggle for independence only began with Washington and Jefferson and Adams, with merchants and Minutemen, students and statesmen. That struggle and that story continued for generation after generation as America and Americans wrestled with forming a more perfect union and fulfilling the promise of we the people. Suffrage for women and the abolition of slavery, 2 world wars against dictatorship and fascism, the clamoring of people around the world for the blessings of liberty. Independence is a work in progress, work that continues today as each succeeding generation takes its turn preserving democracy. The American Independence Museum honors and examines that ongoing work with festivals and special exhibits and civic engagement that looks back with pride, but also forward with commitment to telling the whole story of our independence from its past to its future. The celebrations of this great American experiment have just begun. So I'm encouraging my colleagues to get your copy of New York Times bestselling author Colin Woodward's book, Nations Apart, and also American Nations, for a statewide book club discussion coming up in May. And please save the date, I'll mention it again at the end of the session, for a celebration of the American independence on the banks of the Exeter River from the end of June through the beginning of July. Thank you, Madam President.
Are there any other announcements to come before the Senate? Oh, Senator Ward. Yes, Senator Ward.
I want to take this opportunity to thank all of you for the overwhelming response to my husband's death. But it just happened a couple of days ago, but I've heard from so many of you condolences, well wishes. I'll pray with you. I'll take care of you. Call me if you need me. And it has been very comforting to know that I'm in such a good group of people. I really feel that I'm part of an extended family, and I want you to know how much I appreciate your concern. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any further announcements to come before the Senate? Okay. Without objection, all personal privileges or unanimous consent shall be entered into the permanent journal of the Senate. Senator Altschiller? Oh, I didn't know you had a second one.
That's okay. Is that all right? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam President. Yesterday, while we were all here caucusing, a high school in my district was thrown into chaos. A staff member at the high school accidentally tripped the active shooter alarm, and immediately the Alice protocol was enacted, and the Exeter Police Department mounted a large-scale response. No one was hurt. That is the comforting part of this. But following that, when I got back from Concord, I had all kinds of messages, and one particular one I'd like to share with my colleagues. When I first read it, I actually couldn't read it all the way through, but I want to share this with you from Caitlin. This is from a mom. It was a false alarm, but when she called me, she did not know that. None of them did. My daughter was sitting in the lunchroom with friends when the Alice alarm went off. She was just one of the first to notice and immediately grabbed her phone and told her friends to run, just as teachers started yelling for people to get out. She ran through the woods, no coat, only a pair of clogs on her feet, falling into the brush, her pants soaked with the melting snow. They got out onto a road, and she banged on the door of a stranger's home. A group of kids forming behind her, the prospect of sheltering with strangers feeling safer than what she thought was happening at her school. And then she called me. Mom, there's a school shooter. The alarms went off. I was at the office 45 minutes away. Wait, what? I thought I heard her incorrectly. The school alarm went off. The shooter alarm went off. I'm okay. I ran. I'm at someone's house. I love you, Mom. Can you come get me? Every part of my body felt like it was simultaneously shutting down and already running back towards her at the same time. I'm on my way. I walked out of my office and I just started to say, I need help. As my amazing colleagues jumped into action, rearranging my client load, as I muttered to myself, she's safe, she's safe, she's safe, like a mantra, like a prayer, like a reminder. And she was safe. They were all safe because it was a false alarm that for a bit felt very real for all of those kids and teachers. And it was easy for them to believe it was true that a school shooting was happening, because that's what we're raising our children to believe. We train them to be ready for what feels like the inevitable. I want to thank Caitlin for sharing that. There's more, but she ended with, none of this is normal or okay. And I want her and all of our constituents to know it's not. and I hope that we can make some choices to make this okay for our students. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Altschiller. Is there any further business to come before the Senate? Before we finish for the day, I'd like to thank all of you for your hard work on these retained bills. You worked on them during the summer, in the fall, to get them done for December in your committees. And I just want you to know how much I appreciate all the hard work that you've put into these bills. But we start, when we come back, we start tomorrow with clean slate, with bills that have been filed for 2026. So I look forward to working with all of you as we work through these bills and do good things for our constituents. So again, I just want you to know how much I appreciate all of your hard work. I recognize Senator Birdsall for a motion.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the business of the day being completed, that the Senate recess to the call of the chair for the purposes of introducing legislation, re-referring bills to committee, scheduling hearings, sending and receiving messages, vacating bills and processing enrolled bill reports and amendments, and when we recess to the call of the chair.
All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate is in recess to the call of the chair.